Good morning, Cabinet. I would like to remind members that this meeting is being webcast live this morning, so please remain seated when you are called to speak, and remember to turn off your microphone after speaking. I would also like to ask you to switch off your mobile phones or set them to silent, please. Also, I would like to begin today's Cabinet meeting. I wish to remind people present of the importance of maintaining respectful and constructive atmosphere within this chamber. We are here to serve our community, and that requires us to engage in open, honest, but above all, a healthy and courteous debate. Please be mindful that while disagreements may arise, all contributions must be made in the spirit of respect and professionalism. Disruptive behaviour or personal attacks will not be tolerated. Should anyone fail to uphold these standards, I will have no choice but to ask them to leave the chamber. Let us work together to ensure our discussions remain focused, respectful and productive. Thank you. So we have no apologies this morning. I don't think so, we haven't, have we?
No apologies. Before we begin the formal agenda, I will just point out, because we have got some exempt documents. So in relation to item 6, which is the County Hall report, there are some exempt appendices. So there's a background paper to that report, which is the July Cabinet report, and that had some exempt appendices. For agenda item 7, which is the report relation to Sixways, there are also exempt appendices. So in the event that Cabinet needs to refer to any of those appendices, then Cabinet would need to go into an exempt session, and we would need to ask members of the public, press and other councillors to leave. Item 8 of the agenda, the West Midlands Regional Safe Centre, is an entirely exempt report. So when we get to item 8, we will pause to pause the webcast and then ask everybody else to leave before Cabinet proceeds to debate that report and make their decision. Thank you.
Okay, I now call for any details of any declarations of interest. And remember, you only need to declare an interest where it relates to an item on today's agenda. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to item number 5, the secondary school discussion, I have 2 children at the Chantry School in Martley.
Okay, thank you. Okay, agenda item 2, public participation. So we have 2 public participants, Mr. Alec Mackey, who wishes to ask a question about the future use of County Hall, and Mr. Chris Reggett, who wishes to make a comment linked to the report about Powick Bridge. So I'd like to welcome you both. So I'll invite Mr. Mackey to speak first, and thank you for taking the time to come to speak to us. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for your welcome, Leader. Good morning, Cabinet. I believe that a golden opportunity now exists to solve the problem of future hospital provision to serve the growing population of Worcestershire, now that you have decided to put County Hall and its 120-acre site up for sale. It has recently been reported that full planning consent is expected to create a new town in South Worcestershire. The countryside, where some 2,000 homes for 20-odd thousand people will be built over the next 20 years. But nowhere in this plan is hospital provision mentioned to cater for this future growth, bearing in mind that the Worcestershire Royal Hospital was built and opened 22 years ago this month, with insufficient capacity to serve the existing population. We are all aware of the problems faced by patients and staff, by the lack of beds, ambulance queues, corridor treatment and excessive waiting times. A recent planning application by the Worcestershire Acute Hospitals NHS Trust, made to Worcester City Council, clearly states that the current capacity of the WRH will not be able to absorb the increased demand for healthcare caused by residents of the proposed development in South Worcestershire. Since County Hall was closed in 2024, many people, including city and county councillors, have supported the idea that the site and building could become a large extension to the Worcestershire Royal Hospital, providing the additional capacity and facilities that will continue to be needed as the population continues to increase annually. Therefore, my question to Cabinet is, the marketing timeline you have set for the disposal of County Hall presents a golden opportunity for both the Council, the County's MPs, the Worcestershire NHS Trust and the Government to work together and provide future generations with a hospital and health facilities fit for this century and beyond. My question, therefore, is will you agree for this to happen by calling a meeting with all the parties concerned? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and we will consider that and we will receive an answer after the meeting. Not immediately today, but within the next few days. Thank you. I now invite Mr Reggett to make his comment linked to the report Powick Oldbridge, which Cabinet will be considering today. Thank you for making time to come and speak to us. You've got 3 minutes also. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Reggett, and I'm chairman of the Powick Flood Forum, which represents residents who work with the authorities to reduce the flood risk in Powick. The old village of Powick, astride the A449 between Powick Roundabout and the village, has long been vulnerable to flooding from the River Team. In 2007, 23 homes were flooded twice in a matter of weeks, and the A449 was closed for several days, cutting the main link between Worcester and Malden and forcing diversions of up to 40 miles. Now, this road carries more than 23,000 vehicles a day, including, on average, a dozen emergency service vehicles, so any closure has county-wide consequences. Now, following that event, we successfully lobbied the Environment Agency and Worcestershire Highways to build a flood bund, which was completed in 2011 to protect homes and the A449 from a 1 in a 75-year flood. Unfortunately, in February 2020, that bund was overtopped and homes again were flooded with about £2 million worth of damage. Since then, we have repeatedly raised the need for new measures to improve the conveyance of team floodwaters under the A449 and onto the Severn floodplain. However, the Council's flood risk manager has consistently stated that the old Powick Bridge remains the overriding pinch point. Now, in December 2023, I alerted him to the large debris collecting at the bridge and warned it was restricting the flow. Now, although the debris removal was agreed, within weeks the bridge partly collapsed, with clear evidence, as you all well now know, that debris had undermined its structure. My concern now is twofold. First, one of the bridge's 3 arches remains blocked by a temporary barrier built to support the collapsing arch, and this undeniably restricts water flow and increases the flood risk to Powick. Now, with repairs now expected to continue until 2028, residents face 3 more winters of heightened risk. And I ask the committee, is that acceptable when we know the potential impact on homes, livelihoods and a major transport route? Secondly, given that the collapse was likely caused by debris build-up, we urge that the repair design includes measures to prevent future blockage, such as debris, deflectors or upstream screening, and if feasible, additional culverts under the A449 to improve conveyance and reduce this pinch point. In short, we want to work with the Council, the Environment Agency and the community towards a balanced solution to protect the bridge, reduce flood risk to residents and safeguard this vital transport link. We have proposed that about £250,000 be invested to raise the existing bund, protecting both the village and the A449 during and after bridge repairs. And this needs to be considered now to mitigate the flood risk while the bridge repair takes place. Evidence has been found that the bund itself has a structural construction error from the original design, drastically reducing its effectiveness. And this needs to be fixed ASAP.
Mr. Reggett, you've done 3 minutes, but can you wind up now, please?
Yes, I'm just winding up. And this new work could be done at the same time to save money. I hope this modest but vital scheme, which should be partly funded by the Environment Agency who built this bund, will receive your support, alongside the £5 million being spent on the bridge itself. Thank you for your time and for considering these urgent requests.
Thank you, Mr. Reggett, for your questions and your comments. You will be receiving a written response after this meeting today. Thank you. Okay, we move to agenda item number 3, which is confirmation of minutes. I will sign this if everyone can say they're correct, if they've all read them. So who's that? Rob? Yeah. Everyone else agreed? Agreed. Okay, thank you. Okay, we move on to item number 4, which is Powick Old Bridge. Okay, so I invite Councillor Perks to move the recommendations. Councillor Perks.
I move the recommendations set out in 1A to E of the report.
So do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Amos.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In all honesty, I'm over the moon to be seconding these recommendations today to fully restore and reopen Powick Old Bridge. As always, Reform and I have kept our promise to get our much-loved facility reopened in all its former glory. It has been a hell of a battle to secure this money, and I would like to thank my Cabinet colleagues for their hard work and support in getting this money in the budget, especially given the dreadful financial mess the last Conservative administration left the County Council in. But, Chair, we shouldn't see this as a burden. Rather, we should be proud to have such a world-class piece of heritage in our community. Unlike some others, Reform is very proud of our history and heritage and will always support it. We do not denigrate and deny our glorious past. And in any case, Chair, under the Highways Act 1981, the County Council has a legal duty to maintain Powick Bridge. Chair, Powick Bridge is a scheduled ancient monument, a Grade 1 listed building, and has just been put on the Heritage at-Risk Register by Historic England. It is the site of the first and last battles of Worcester. It is not only a much-loved part of the local community, but also has a Worcester, national, and even worldwide significance. Work so far has stabilised the structure and put in temporary repairs, but we have now reached the stage of commencing the final phases, including the design work to get the bridge reopened. As we have to work with other agencies, such as the Environment Agency and Natural England, we do have to get their permissions and agreements en route for the work to be carried out. So while the County Council will proceed with all possible speed, the pace will to some extent be determined by awaiting these permissions and agreements from the other agencies. With the funding now secured from the County Council, as we move forward, I will be involving local interest groups and individuals, such as the Worcester Civic Society, the Battle of Worcester Society, the Powick Flood Forum, and others, to get their advice and opinions on the design option and other historic matters, together with their ideas about how we enhance the location and commemoration of the bridge by adding a plaque or statue or anything else to increase visitor interest and local knowledge of the structure. So in conclusion, Chair, For the first time, we now have a completion date for the work. So let us all look forward to the future of the bridge with optimism.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I invite Rachel Hill to provide a brief summary.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Councillor Amos has just stated, Powick Old Bridge is a scheduled ancient monument and a Grade 1 listed structure crossing the River Team connecting both Worcester and Powick. The bridge is owned by the County Council and maintained by the County Council, and it is part of a walking and cycling route. Following the partial collapse of the bridge in 2024, the bridge was closed to all use, with the pedestrian and cycle route diverted to the footpath on the A449 Malvern Road, and that remains the case. Since the partial collapse, significant work has been undertaken to investigate, recover and store as much of the materials, that's a very important part of the process, and clean and protect those materials as is possible, and also to protect and stabilise the remaining structure through the use of robust temporary works. Unfortunately, those works were hampered by flooding of the River Team in that location. Activities involve working with other organisations, as stated by Councillor Amos, including the appropriate consents required to carry out work in that location. This recognises the scheduled ancient monument status, as well as the river location, and that the area is a site of special scientific interest. There is considerable local interest in this bridge and this location, and we are engaging with many local stakeholders, such as the Battle of Worcester Society, as well as others. Initial activities to recover materials and protect the structure were funded through maintenance funding, and earlier this year additional funding was added to the capital programme for restoration of the bridge. Now that those temporary works are almost complete, the indicative designs are prepared, and the engagement with Historic England is well underway to review those designs. Cost estimates are now available, and within the approved capital programme, the Council is now in a position to take the next steps. These include much more detailed design, agreeing the design, progressing opportunities for external funding, of which we believe there are a number of opportunities, securing those important consents, ongoing engagement with those very important local stakeholders, as well as the other partner organisations, continuing to maintain the temporary structure and also the site, recognising some of the comments that we've heard today about debris. And then finally, to secure a contractor to carry out those works. Recognising all of this further work that is required to do on design and approvals, as well as the location being prone to flooding, it is envisaged that the detailed construction work will commence in 2027. So Cabinet, in addition to noting the works to date, the cost estimates, this report seeks approval from Cabinet to enter into agreements to award contracts to progress the restoration of the structure within the capital funding available and the outlined funding strategy, and also approval to submit bids for external funding where those opportunities arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. As outlined, Powick Bridge represents significant historical value and is treasured not only locally but nationally, and rightly so. We will continue to work with interested parties, such as those named and the National Lottery, to apply for funding with the aim of minimising our capital borrowing. But please note that most funding streams require a minimum of 10% match funding. Option 2 within the paper provides us with the most robust solution, and whilst I cannot sit here today and predict future events, gives the greatest solution to bring Powick Old Bridge back to former glory and allow communities far and wide to enjoy and benefit from the bridge, significant natural beauty surrounding it, and the health benefits they will bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. I invite other members of the Cabinet to ask questions and to speak. Rob, Councillor Wharton.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to echo Councillor Amos and Councillor Perks' words on the importance of maintaining and celebrating our glorious heritage. For too long, too many politicians of all political parties have either ignored or even worse, denigrated this country's past and looked on it as something we should be ashamed of and not proud of. That will never be the view of Reform UK, so I fully support the recommendations in this report.
Any other Cabinet members wish to speak? No? Okay. Are there any other councillors that wish to speak? Have we got anyone there? Councillor Jenkins?
Sorry, Adam. Thank you, and thank you, Leader, for the report, Councillor Perks. Just a few questions and just issues maybe. Firstly, obviously this was actually approved in the February budget, so I believe that was a Conservative administration at the time, not Reform. First point. Second point, obviously we know that a lot of this issue is around the cause of the collapse was climate change related, increased flooding risk, pushing all that debris onto it. So again, something that Reform don't really believe in climate change, so it's important that they understand the issues that are causing these things. And just the final point I'd like to make is just around the funding, because obviously you are looking at external sources of funding, English Heritage and others. That would certainly make a lot of sense. I think putting 10%-ish towards this would be a perfect idea, so happy to look at the options, but I think we are basically, this council seems to be looking at spending money on bridges. We've got Hampton Bridge also in the capital programme coming up, yet we can't find money to build a school at County Hall site. So I really want to make sure that we keep that in mind and make sure that we don't put all our money into bridges and not the education of pupils, which to my mind is probably more important. Thank you.
Councillor Perks, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. There weren't that many questions in that, but I will answer the statements as if asked as questions. So yes, Councillor Jenkins, you're absolutely right. It was added to the capital programme in February, but it needed a cabinet decision to be made, which was not had. I'm not going to get into the climate change discussion with you. I think you've had enough answers on that. And it's interesting you talk about funding. We'd rather support potential flooding of homes and the expense of that as opposed to rectifying the situation. It's an interesting view.
Councillor Allen. Apologies there. Sorry, it was written down wrong. Councillor Wells.
Chairman, good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak as the local member. And I am the local member because the River Team is the dividing point between Councillor Amos's and Councillor my division. Now, the collapse happened on the south side of the bridge, which is in Powick. And it's called Powick, by the way, not Pauk, or whatever I heard this morning. Can I just pick up, first of all, the point about the stakeholders group? Can I ensure that our officers include Powick Parish Council, Powick Flood Forum, represented here this morning, and with some courtesy towards the local county councillor as well would be very much appreciated. The second point I want to make is, for so long, people in Powick felt that the increasing flood episodes and the consequent damage, what we perceived to be damage to the old bridge, didn't seem to receive the attention it deserved. And for months following each flood episode, debris and materials, white goods even, and obviously tree trunks, all bashed into the side of that bridge, and it took months before it was removed. And with climate change clearly upon us, as evidenced by the number of flood episodes we have had in Powick in the last 20 years, I would hope that in future we were more proactive in ensuring no further damage to the bridge. Chairman, I'm also just drawn to paragraph 54, where it says the flood risk assessment is currently being undertaken. My goodness me. Surely that should have been done by now. We're entering the winter months where the prevalence of flooding is more likely, though of course in 07 it was actually the summer months. Surely goodness by now that assessment will have been carried out and completed. So absolutely welcome the proposals here this morning, Chairman, but make a plea as the local member. I am appropriately involved from now on.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Thank you for bringing us upon our pronunciation, whether it's scone or scone. It just depends where you come from, doesn't it, really? Okay. Councillor Perks, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Wells, I take on board your comments with regards to stakeholder involvement and apologise to this date you've not been more actively involved, but will be. We are working consistently with the EA. They are responsible for the collection of debris, but be assured it is something that we're speaking to. I didn't capture your third question, sorry, but I will respond.
I think Councillor Perks, he said something about the flood risk assessment as well and the timing of that, but I think really we've just had our 5th birthday, well, 5th month. I think 5 months isn't long enough to actually arrange that, but you can comment more on that. Thank you.
Yes, so with regards to the flood assessment, the temporary structure needed to be in place and fully constructed before that assessment could be taken out. It's being done as quickly as is feasible.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Kent?
Thank you. I've actually got 6 questions, so I don't know whether you want to take them in order or individually.
Councillor Kent, can I ask you not to have too many questions? But if
I'm sorry, it's an
brief,
important issue
fine.
with
well,
5
yes,
million.
Yes, it is an important issue, but I think there's other members that would like to ask questions as well.
Well, I'm
Thank
sure
you.
they'll be happy to hear the questions. They might be the same. The first one is in terms of, as this was a capital programme that was agreed under the previous administration in February, and with the vast changes that have been proposed to the capital programme, where does it sit in terms of the Cabinet making a decision on this with the capital programme amendment coming to full council next week? I'd appreciate the legal officer's opinion on that in terms of this particular thing and the way it is.
Thank you for that. Yeah, there will be a report coming to the November council meeting in relation to changes to the capital programme. So I will link in with the finance officer to make sure that we capture all relevant items linked to any decisions the executive are making today.
Okay, thank you for that. Then coming back, in terms of the letter that's been usefully included in the pack from English Heritage, I just want to read a quick paragraph from it for those that haven't seen it. Inclusion of a heritage asset on the register, because obviously it's gone on the at-risk register, is an indication that those who are caring for an important part of the country's heritage are facing significant challenges which may require more resources than they can source locally. The register's aim is to keep attention focused on those buildings to act as a working tool to help define the scale of the problem and to prioritise action by Historic England, local authorities, funding bodies and others who can play a part in making these irreplaceable buildings safe and sustainable for future generations. Now, we all want to see Powick Bridge restored to its former glory and hopefully address some of the issues with debris that Councillor Tom Wells was talking about previously. But then within the report in section 34, it states under the funding strategy that an expression of interest was submitted to the Heritage Lottery Fund in May 2025. At that point, WCC was not invited to apply for funding as detailed options or costings for repair were not available. So it doesn't seem to me that we've followed through all the various funding sources here, externally or nationally, to be able to get others to pay for this. And I note at the last Cabinet report, it was deemed that it was the responsibility of National Rail to deal with the train stations. So I do think with something like this, where English Heritage and those people have got far more expertise, that we should be looking to exhaust all possibilities of getting the money to be able to sort the bridge out properly, rather than rush into this in terms of spending huge amounts of capital that really should be ring-fenced and put elsewhere. So that's the first question. So will we be going back to the National Lottery with the fact that we've now got these full costs and then applying for the relevant finance?
Thank you, Councillor Kent. I think Councillor Bowen wants to come in on his. Yeah, okay. Good point raised there, because that did seem more than 6 questions, like you asked for 6 questions. However...
That was actually 1, I think, or maybe 2.
Councillor Kent.
Sorry, could I have a point of order, please, to the monitoring officer?
Point of order number
is there a restriction on the number of questions that people can ask at council meetings, or is this some form of censorship by reform?
No, there's no censorship. Councillor Kent, what point of order number is that it relates to?
I've already made the point.
And I will actually remind you of what I said earlier at the beginning of the meeting.
Is that a first warning or a second?
It will be any warning, actually, Councillor Kent, because you need to actually control yourself.
I'm fully in control. I'm just trying to hold this administration to account and get the best value for the residents of Worcestershire.
Well, control your aggression, please, because it's coming across very aggressive. Calm down, please.
Can we take that as a complaint, please, Monitor Officer?
Okay, who have we got next? Councillor McVeigh, please. Councillor May.
Thank you very much and good morning everybody. Just a quick question please, and I understand we all want to preserve our heritage sites, but should we please be addressing the flood risk as this gentleman's just spoken out in front of me ahead of doing this remedial works? I'm really concerned, and having played a large role in flood alleviation in my own village, I know that you have to fix the root problem before you invest in infrastructure. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
I've not responded to Councillor Kent as yet. I was making notes.
Okay, if you want to respond to Councillor Kent first and then Councillor May's question. Thank you.
So with response to the letter from English Heritage and then your reference to the application made in May, which would have been under your administration, there was not enough available information at the time, which is why it was rejected. We are, however, in the process of collating all of the relevant information so that we can indeed reach out to the National Lottery and other providers. Thank you. Councillor May, yours and the Speaker's concern with regards to flooding is noted, and we are actively working to understand what can be done by us and other partners.
Councillor May, did you want to respond?
Yes, please, and thank you for the answer to the question. I suppose my concern is we could go ahead and spend this £4 million, be it via grant funding or other parties working in partnership, but will that asset still not be at further risk if we don't address the flood risk ahead of actually carrying out the work on the bridge, please? Thank you.
Councillor Perks. Oh, Councillor Cresswell, you want to answer this one?
Yes, thank you very much for that. You know, when we talk about flood risk, right, flooding is definitely a problem that we're experiencing at the moment. Now, we're looking in the options that we're seeing here, and every one of them says about detailed design. Right, now, the best way that we can deal with flooding is making certain that we've got a design that takes into account that increased risk of flooding. The only thing we can do is, the only thing that's going to, you know, benefit us here is practical engineering solutions, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Thank you, Councillor Cresswell. Okay, we've got Councillor Boatwright Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a bit of clarification here, because this is an area of expertise for me being an archaeologist. We're talking about trying to source funding, and it's in the heritage arena. And it's something that we want to source the funding, we want to kind of look at the whole arena for this. obviously, flood management, as part of this, actually there are opportunities to source funding from various sources. Thankfully, there is some nodding from the Chief Exec. So are we going to be looking at sources, not just in the heritage arena, we're going to be looking through kind of EA and looking at all of the different opportunities here and seeing whether we can merge them together? Because I think if we try and do that as a kind of holistic practice, we might actually get the 10% might be the only thing we're actually looking to do. Just that is not clear in this document.
Councillor Perks, you're going to respond to this one.
Noted. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Berwick-Green. Your comments are noted. It is part of the consideration. Apologies for the wording.
Okay, I don't believe we've got any further questions on that. Councillor James.
Thank you, and so I'll raise my hand higher next time. Just a really quick one. We talked a lot about stakeholders, but we haven't spoken about active travel, which I assume the bridge would be used for. I realise the seconder has previously spoken out against cyclists, so I'm hoping that they are factored into this decision. And just a comment as well, I think it's really productive if we all work cross-party and don't keep making it party political. I think this is really important for residents across the county. And I think we all raise, but I just want to make sure that the funding isn't being used over that schooling provision that is so important to all of us. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Councillor James. It is, as you know, part of the national cycling route. It is part of the consideration for the LC WIP and the provision for LTP5, which has been kicked off. So I would give you my assurance that that is part of the consideration. With regards to the funding, it was, as Councillor Kent has already alluded to, part of the capital plan in February that we are here to approve today. It is separate to any other funding consideration when it is being reviewed, although it is reviewed in totality.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Leader. Well, it seems to be a recurring item, bridges within Worcestershire. I remember sitting here talking about the collapse of one bridge, which we rebuilt in record time. But my concern is the contractors that go out and survey these bridges, which we have to do to make sure they're safe. Are we taking on board all the details and the way forward for taking care of these structures from the contractors that go out and survey the bridges, or have we employed the wrong contractors? Now, if we are told that there is debris at a bridge which is causing an extra pressure on that bridge which could cause a collapse, then it is a type of work that needs to be done immediately, not in the near future. Now, when I was cabinet member, I was down at the Worcester Bridge when debris was being removed from there, and the one concern was the pressure on Old Worcester Bridge, which is City Bridge, that could cause damage to that bridge. Now, if this information is not being disseminated for our officers and our cabinet members, then I suggest we actually do a little internal inquiry to see how we are dealing with the information that we're receiving and what proposals we get to eliminate the possible destruction of any structure or safety to life for anybody walking or cars driving. So it's more of not a question, but a shot across the bow.
Councillor Cresswell wants to respond.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. My thought on this, that, if you get we will inspect these bridges from time to time, the council will, and that detailed report requires the right person to actually be able to interpret this. So that is the biggest problem that you've got. And once you've looked at these detailed reports, right, then putting a plan in of how you're going to do something about it. So you are quite right. It would be the best thing to circulate that any report to as many people as possible, so that we've got as many eyes on it, and if there is a problem, somebody can speak up.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cresswell. I don't appear to have any more questions on there, so I think we've discussed this. And is Cabinet in agreement with the recommendations set out in paragraph 1A to E? Everyone agreed? Okay. So that's all agreed. And we'll move on to agenda item number 5, the update on Worcester City secondary education sufficiency and place planning. I have a proposer for this one. I think that would be Councillor Foster. Councillor Foster, can you turn your microphone on, please?
Good morning, Chair. I move recommendations 1A to J of the report.
Okay. And do we have a seconder?
I second the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Wharton. Okay. You're going to speak about it. Sorry. I note that we have Councillor James, Chair of Corporate and Communities Scrutiny Committee, and Councillor McVeigh, Chair of Children and Families Scrutiny Committee, present today. I wish to invite both of them to speak following the Corporate and Communities Scrutiny Committee, which considered this report at its meeting on Monday this week. I will first invite Councillor James to speak.
Thank you, Leader. And I'd like to start the sort of report by thanking the two Cabinet members who gave up so much of their time to have quite intense scrutiny. So a big thank you to them, and thank you to all members who engaged in a really lively debate. I won't bore you with the letter, it's a rather lengthy one, but I hope the Cabinet members have received that and have read it. The main recommendations came off a conversation that current school place sufficiency was not enough, that we have only identified one school with additional capacity to have a 30 form intake, and we still have a minus 90. We are still looking for 90 places if the school was to be scrapped today. The recommendation from the panel would be that we are due to have a full educational sufficiency report come to Council, I believe, in February, and that the recommendation was that we wait for the full analysis to be able to do a proper, robust decision as a council. Equally, we have a note, and I'm sure Councillor McVeigh will probably touch on this as well, of the well-being impact it has on children and young people. There was an acknowledgement from all that we would have to bus our young people across aspects of the county for up to, or a minimum of 40 minutes per journey. I think we have to really look at the impact that has. As well, there was a comment that £4 million would be written off if we were to scrap this plan today. We just wanted to have an exploration of what other costs are written off. And also there were a range of options that weren't fully presented to the scrutiny panel, 7 in total, and my colleague Councillor Boatwright Green identified that there were some that would actually cost the save the authority money if we were to pursue those, rather than the total scrapping of the secondary school. So that's the recommendation is brought. I'm happy to take any questions as best I can if you want to know any more. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McVeigh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to officers and colleagues for inviting me to take part in the meeting on Monday. I did share my views quite widely during that meeting, and I don't have much to add because actually Councillor James has already included the recommendations, and my comments were taken on board as part of those. In terms of the impact on the well-being of our students who may be bussed around the county for what could be up to 19 minutes in addition to their daily learning, I'll just point you to paragraph 129 in the Corporate and Communities report. Actually, I don't have that one with me, that talks about social isolation and impact on the ability to make friends. So some quite detrimental impacts of being sat on a bus either side of being educated. So you can read them for yourselves. I don't have anything else to add. I fully support the recommendations that were made as part of the Corporate and Communities meeting on Monday. But please, can you correct the spelling of my name in the report? There is no H in my first name. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McVeigh. I didn't write the report, but I'll make sure the person that did will actually respell that for you. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Chair. Before I speak, I invite Rachel Kiernan to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. My name is Rachel Kiernan. I'm the Group Manager for Education Sufficiency, Place Planning and Mainstream School Admissions for Worcestershire County Council. I present today the report for Worcester City Secondary Education Sufficiency and Place Planning to Cabinet. Worcestershire County Council has a duty to ensure there are sufficient school places to accommodate the children and young people who reside in the county. From 2029, the housing growth in and around Worcester City is forecast to increase the demand for secondary school places for Worcester City pupils. In February 2021, Cabinet agreed for a new secondary school to be built in Worcester City to address the shortfall in secondary school places. In July 2025, Cabinet approved the recommendation to deliver sufficient secondary school places for Worcester City pupils in September 2026 and September 2027 through increasing places available at Malvern secondary schools for those 2 intake years. Cabinet also approved to continue to investigate expansion options at existing secondary schools in and around Worcester City. Cabinet also authorised the Strategic Director of Children's Services to commission a feasibility study on the potential partial use of County Hall site to meet the sufficiency needs for secondary education places for 2028 and beyond. Cabinet noted that there would be another report in autumn term, and this is the report that we present to you today. Appendix 1 of the Cabinet paper details the forecast demand for Year 7 places in Worcester City. This uses preschool and primary age known children living in Worcester and or attending Worcester City primary schools, projections for in-year increases, and projections for additional pupils from forecasts from new housing developments across the city. On the basis of current forecasting, if the approved housing is delivered through to 2035, then there is a requirement as forecast for additional secondary school places. An additional 120 places per year group, 4 forms of entry, is required for September 2029. A range of options have been presented in the Cabinet report to consider the demand to meet the demand for September 2029 to 2035, including the new secondary school proposed at Newtown Road in Worcester, the expansion of existing Worcester City secondary schools, the use of County Hall for education purposes, as detailed in Appendix 2, the feasibility report for County Hall, and the use of schools outside of Worcester City to meet this sufficiency need. To summarise the options presented in the report, option 1 is the continuation of new school at Newtown Road. The costs associated with this have been market tested and have been taken to REBA Stage 4. The costs presented are 63.3 million. That includes the build, the land, and any associated costs related to planning conditions, highways, and construction. The capital programme currently details the 66.3 million as a breakdown of 33.6 million of borrowing, 13.4 million of basic need, 10.7 million of capital receipts, and 4.8 million of Section 106 from housing developers. Paragraph 20 of the report provides the reasons for the higher costs associated with the delivery of the new school at Newtown Road. In terms of timescales to deliver the new school, land purchase would be required in December 2025, and early works would be required to start in January 2026. Paragraph 26 details in the report that the costs of the new school jeopardise the affordability of the whole education capital programme. Paragraphs 83 and 84 detail the process that would be required to withdraw or cancel the new school presumption route with the Department for Education. We've been in regular contact with the Department for Education and our regional colleagues, and they do understand the reasons for the recommendations to Cabinet today. Option 2 is to expand existing Worcester City secondary schools, and we've completed a range of feasibilities with Worcester City secondary schools to have a look at options for expansion. The Cabinet report presents today that Bishop Perrone, Church of England Academy has confirmed that they are able and willing to expand by one form of entry, 30 places per year group, and can deliver that by 2029. Tudor Grange Academy, Worcester, have determined that further options appraisals are required and are continuing to work with us with their board meeting in early November to consider options for potential expansion. Nunnery Wood have determined that expansion on their existing site is not suitable because of the capacity challenges that they currently face, and have determined that it is not a viable option to expand on their existing site. Paragraphs 29 to 36 of the report detail these options that have been considered. Option 3 is to utilise part or all of County Hall for mainstream education purposes, and paragraphs 37 to 41 detail this. Option 3A could be to deliver a 4-form of entry, 120 place per year group, mainstream secondary school on County Hall. The indicative costs that have been taken to REBA Stage 1 are 43.1 million. This excludes the cost of land, because it is owned by Worcestershire County Council, excludes any planning or design work and any associated highway costs. Appendix 2, pages 21 to 27, detail this option from the feasibility. Option 3B was to consider whether Nunnery Wood High School, which is in 0.4 miles of County Hall, could expand a satellite site onto the County Hall campus. And paragraph 39 details this option. Nunnery Wood School Trust Board have concluded that a satellite site is not conducive to maintain the integrity of their existing school. It would present significant organisational and operational challenges for pupils and staff, and increase the size of the school to one of the largest nationally, and risk increased traffic, overcrowding, and safeguarding challenges. Option 4 that's been considered is to utilise surplus places and or expand other secondary schools across Worcestershire to support the sufficiency needs for Worcester City secondary pupils, including schools such as Pershaw, the 2 schools in Malvern, so Dyson Perrins and the Chase, and other schools that have come to the table to discuss with us options, for example, Hanley Swan, and also potentially schools in Wyre Forest. We do believe that there are options to utilise the surplus places, particularly at Pershore and in Malvern, to support the sufficiency requirements for 2029 to 2035 for Worcester City secondary pupils. Other options that were considered for County Hall as part of the feasibility report were to consider whether additional SEND specialist provision could be delivered at County Hall. Within the capital programme, we are looking to relocate and expand Riverside's social, emotional, mental health special school. And paragraph 57 to 58 details the investigations that have been made for consideration of expansion and relocation of Riversides to either the County Hall site or the Chase Secondary School in Malvern annex site. Other specialist provision that's being considered as part of the report that we bring forward today is to create SEND provision at Tudor Grange Academy, Worcester, and increase the mainstream autism base at Dyson Perrins in Malvern. Paragraphs 72 to 77 remind Cabinet of the consultation that's previously taken place with regards to delivering the sufficiency of provision for 2029 onwards. And the feedback that was presented by members of the public and other stakeholders in relation to the Newtown Road Secondary School. Education partners, including all of the secondary schools that I've mentioned today, have been involved in the development of this report and have worked with officers and also met with members to discuss their views and share their options for meeting sufficiency needs, including the last meeting with head teachers and business managers of secondary schools on the 24th of September. The recommendations today to Cabinet Apologies. Note the options that have been considered. Note the option to expand Bishop Perrone Church of England College by 1 FE. Note that currently there are no further identified expansion options at secondary schools in Worcester City. Note that the feasibility study has been completed as per the recommendation in July 2025. And that there is not currently a viable option for education use for County Hall site. Ask Cabinet to approve the continued work to investigate capacity or expansion options at existing schools across the county to provide sufficient places for Worcester City pupils from 2029 to 2035. Cabinet are also asked to agree to stop work on the Newtown Road New Secondary School project and recommend to Council the removal of funding from the capital programme and the reduction of borrowing of 33.6 million, as shown in Appendix 3. Cabinet are also asked to note that a further report to Cabinet within 6 months will update on the sufficiency plans for 2029 to secure the sufficiency of secondary education for Worcester City pupils. And to note that once alternative sufficiency options are identified, a request would be made to the Department for Education to withdraw or cancel the new secondary school presumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Foster.
Morning again, Chair. Good morning, all. The officers and I and the Cabinet have taken full consideration of the recommendations of Monday's scrutiny panel, all of which I will refer to as I proceed. However, you're obviously now fully aware that we're proceeding with the Cabinet recommendations as printed 1A to F of the report. But first, I'd like to thank Rachel Kiernan for a very thorough explanation of the requirements and the options. We take our statutory duty to provide the necessary secondary school, and indeed all, sufficiency very seriously, and I will address that. But first, I'd like to remind you of the background that I outlined at the Cabinet meeting in July 2025. I took you back to the previous administration's Cabinet Agenda Pack for the meeting of 6th of February 25 and the Cabinet meeting that took place that day. There were paragraphs 92 and 93 of the agenda, and these read as follows. 92. Given the increased costs of delivering sufficient secondary school places for Worcester City pupils in 26 and 27, and the cost impact of the associated highways works, a detailed review and reprofiling of the capital programme is recommended to address the sufficiency and education places needed from September 26. The demand for secondary school places in Worcester City is forecast to peak in September 2029 and still is. It is recommended that Cabinet approve a review of the capital programme to meet education sufficiency needs for this date, which of course is what the officers have been working on since then. Paragraph 93, Worcestershire County Council's budget position is extremely challenging, resulting in an application for exceptional financial support. This is February 2025. Therefore, the Council will require a need to review all assets as well as current and future capital schemes to ensure the most effective use of the Council's land and property for community purposes. No decision was made about the new school or sufficiency at that Cabinet meeting in February 25. So, as I've mentioned, that resulted in the work on the options you've heard, work that's been carefully done by the officers and was presented in the July Cabinet and has been presented today with the revisions. I said in the July Cabinet that I listened very carefully to my predecessor. I even timed it so that people could look it up. That's 1 hour, 57 minutes in. The new Worcester school costs were escalating substantially, and that a rethink is necessary, finishing by saying that he wouldn't be standing for re-election, which is why I'm here. Much of the discussion at that meeting on the education instead centred on the proposal to move as many children with low levels of special educational needs and EHCPs into mainstream school settings wherever possible, and making these local mainstream schools and using where possible these mainstream schools would in itself reduce to some extent the cost of home to school transport. This was reported widely in the press and did not go down well. I also referenced Councillor Matt Jenkins' contribution, which I complimented. He asked, was there scope for more SEND provision to meet children with more complex needs, noting that Fort Royal and Riverside were full with no scope for expansion, which remains the case today and is referenced in relation to Riverside quite widely within this report. In July, I said that as a cabinet we discussed the options and that whilst no final decision on options to meet longer term demand had been reached, the following is clear. The only way the sufficiency of 90 school places can be provided for 26-27 is by creating bulge year groups at Dyson Perrins and the Chase and utilising surplus places at Dyson Perrins. This utilises existing accommodation in existing schools where pupil numbers are low and to continue to be forecast low. I have been assured the Malvern schools are keen to support the sufficiency need, and indeed I've met with them. That was paragraph 34 of the options for 26 and 27 secondary school places. As to the longer term, I stated that the Worcester County Council is in a financial emergency. I referenced the council's borrowing debt was £607 million. I also mentioned that to support this year's budget resulted in an application for exceptional financial support, EFS, of some £30+ million. This is money we owe and have to pay back. The sufficiency requirements for 2029 have not changed since our July meeting. Rachel has outlined there is a sufficiency requirement for 120, that's 4 FE places in 2029. At the meeting in July, I outlined the 3 options for sufficiency of those 120 places. So option 1, continue with the Newtown Road school site. Capital required £62.5 million would be made up by borrowing at least £33 million, 30 million of which was in the current capital programme. Basic need £13.3 million, that money comes from the DFE, capital receipts £10.7 million. Section 106 monies, 4.815 million is the developer's contribution. That's money comes from developments in Worcester that, as you will be all aware, makes very little contribution to the total cost, but more about that later. So, how did that affect the financial emergency? Option 1 retained the current assumed borrowing for this scheme in the capital programme. This means in the long term the council would have to pay £33.6 million plus interest. In view of our financial emergency, I stated this was the least likely option to pursue. The media reported this as we're not going to build a new school at Newtown Road, and they were absolutely correct. As you can see from recommendation 1G, we're definitely not going to build it. The decision was widely approved in the press. For one, it was approved by Tom Collins MP. I also note that there was no appetite at Monday's scrutiny panel meeting to revisit the building of that school at that location. There were lots of other concerns, and very genuine concerns, and I'll discuss all of these shortly. But what I would say, and it's very important at this point, is that there was room for school expansion beyond 4FE at that site, at that Newtown Road site, which is highly relevant to where I'm going with this, because for expansion in the county in the later years, which is in the recommendations from the panel to consider sufficiency in 2035, for which we have the birth rates, and then beyond for 2042, for which I think it's not politically correct to say the back of a fag packet nowadays. So in fact, it was a napkin we were going to use for 2042 in Monday's panel. So thank you for that all. Option 2 at the July meeting was to create additional permanent places at existing Worcester City and Malvern secondary schools. I stated, and this was reported in the press, some Worcester City secondary pupils will not be able to access their secondary education in their home locality. I share that as a concern. Capital required of £29.5 million. That was the figure at the time. Remember that figure. Borrowing would be just 3.96 million. Basic need, just 10 million. Capital receipts, 10.7 million. S106 monies from the developers remains the same at £4.8 million. At the time, I said, how would one describe this financial situation? Option 2, that's this recommendation, reduces WCC borrowing compared to option 1 by about £30 million. This means that over time, Worcester County Council will incur £30 million less debt and therefore incur lower interest costs. I mentioned at the time, it's not a surprise, it's referenced by Councillor James. I said at the July meeting, option 2 would result in an additional one-off revenue pressure of about £4 million, as costs incurred to date relating to the Newtown Road School could not be capitalised. So it is an immediate £6 million to the cost to the council to save £30 million plus interest over a much longer period. I said it's important to make clear the council has not borrowed anything for this scheme yet. Therefore, option 2 does not reduce in any way the £607 million of debt of borrowing that was on the balance sheet in the March 2025 accounts. It just meant that it would grow by less. So, not a great financial outcome. Obviously, option 3, there's been much discussion about building the school, a school of various proportions, various uses on County Howell site. In the July Cabinet, the capital build estimate was £29.4 million. That was pre-REBA. That was another figure all but plucked from the air. I did say at the time, the plus side, more Worcester City secondary pupils could access education in their home locality, and this would also reduce borrowing. The borrowing would be only £7 million. So we didn't make a final decision, and we just continued to pursue the options. I did say at the time the downside, the land required to build the school would reduce the capital receipts available for Worcester County Council. I also said there was a high risk the sufficiency is unlikely to be deliverable by September 29. That's a pretty close call. Nevertheless, agenda item 1G of July's cabinet authorised a feasibility study into such use of County Hall. And Alan Amos, Councillor Amos, complimented me as a stickler for due process. And so we proceeded with the feasibility report, which we've now received. And Rachel has summarised it extremely well for us. And of course, it's included in the pack. My conclusion in July was that on balance, I urged the officers to continue the feasibility of expanding the permanent capacity at existing Worcester City and Malvern schools as the Cabinet's most likely option. And this they have done. I too attended the meeting of all the head teachers and business managers on September the 24th at Wildwood that Rachel referred to. And at this meeting, this was opened up to more schools to find capacity to meet sufficiency. And that included, amongst others, Pershore High School. So, let's move now to the present day. First, I've been emailed very constructively, I must say, by Councillor Olcott, but I don't believe is here today. But Councillor Olcott was concerned that in 2026 to 27, to meet our obvious sufficiency requirement of 90 extra places, we would be busing children to Malvern. This is the solution the officers have provided. When I mentioned on Monday this shortfall, to Councillor James quite rightly pointed out to me that the panel was only interested in looking forward. Well, I get the opportunity now at this cabinet meeting to point out the fact that Reform UK have only been in cabinet for 5 months, and so we're delighted that the officers have been able to find a solution to the 2026-27 90-place shortfall, an issue which was not addressed earlier. To some extent, I share Councillor Olcott's concerns she raised with me recently. She points out in her email that if each of the 5 Worcester City schools took 18 pupils each in 2026 and 9 each in 2027, whilst medium to long-term plans are put in place for 2029. The net, which is the next, as she points out quite rightly, the next sufficiency gap year, this would solve the problem. So we will continue to discuss with the Worcester City secondary schools to try and address this issue as best we can. But now let's address the matter in hand of 2029 sufficiency and beyond to 2035 and the napkin of 2042. Despite the feasibility report recommendations, as just articulated by Rachel, as she also did at Monday's panel meeting, stating that a building for a new secondary school at County Hall was financially not viable, there was a huge appetite, unlike the no appetite for Newtown Road, there was a huge appetite amongst our rainbow opposition coalition of Liberals, Greens and Conservatives to build the school. The main reason for recommending delaying the decision to dispose of County Hall by this group was that we're not in possession of the necessary data. That is the full education sufficiency report due in 6 months' time, which is recommendation 1I. But yet, the same forecast for sufficiency shortfall in 2029 is as previously discussed in July 2025 and won't have changed in 6 months' time. The school currently built at County Hall would be 4 FE, that's 120 year group places, with no room whatsoever for further expansion, unlike the original proposal for the Newtown Hall School, Newtown Road School. So we would be spending not the we would not be spending the £29.4 million initial estimate to build the school at County Hall, requiring borrowing of only £7 million. But now we have a REBA 1 estimate of £40.8 million plus £2.6 million demolition costs, plus the £4 million already committed, that's not new, it was discussed quite plainly in the July 25 Cabinet. And that, these new figures would require borrowing of £21.16 million, with the other contributions making the total build of basic need 10 million, capital receipts 10.7 million, S106 monies remain the same at £4.8 million. As you will hear in the papers for the November Council meeting, the external auditors, Grant Thornton, cannot stress too highly the perilous nature of the Council's finances, having run the reserves down to almost nothing, as well as requiring EFS. So borrowing £21.1 million, a figure which would undoubtedly rise, I will quote Adam Johnson, it will go well north of that figure, and he's absolutely correct. As the feasibility report states, it's totally out of the question. My good friend, Councillor Kent, argued on Monday, and will no doubt do so again today, that there is very little difference between our recommendation, which I'm going to talk about shortly, it's recommendation 1F, to meet the sufficiency. There's very little difference between the county hall build and our recommendations. But the real figures I'm going to talk you through that recommendation shortly. But the real figures, when we get to options 2 and 4, that's expanding existing schools to meet sufficiency and using home to school transport costs of £650,000 per annum is, listen carefully please, Councillor Kent, reduction in borrowing costs relating to the £21.16 million based on an interest rate of 6.19% and 20-year loan becomes £1.75 million. That is the correct correct calculation. I can almost say the words. That is the correct calculation, and no doubt that will appear in the press.
Point of order, please. Personal explanation, 19.4.
Noted, Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Some of the figures that have been given out, I've got the papers in front of me in terms of the project design and the cost of the 43 million school, have been incorrect on the way through. But in terms of the comments made in terms of 6.2%, it was quite clear that unfortunately Councillor Wharton, I think it was probably given advice in the last meeting, gave the impression that our consolidating borrowing costs across the council was 6.2%. It actually isn't. That's the new current rate from the Public Works Loans Board. The current borrowing rate for this council is 3.84%, has been confirmed to me by Phil Rook. I would also say as well that a school is going to last an awful lot longer than 20 years, so I would say the figures he's quoted should be apportioned across 40 years, and there is no way on this earth that Phil Rook would pay 6.2% for 40 years.
That's an interesting point, Councillor Kent. I think we need to seek clarification from the officers, because I got my figure from the Deputy Section 151 officer. You've got your figures from the 151 officer. We obviously need to get clarification on that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wharton, and thank you, Councillor Kent. We will clarify that later when we can get confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. No, I like to clarify immediately. I was in a meeting yesterday with the financial officers, and when I finish this presentation, I will forward you the email with these exact figures, which is what I will like to see quoted in the press, because these are the actual numbers. You cannot dispute what the financial director and his officers, the figures they give. So I will carry on. So the reduction in borrowing costs relating to the £21.6 million that it would cost to build this school, incapable of further expansion beyond 4FE, irrespective of what happens in 2035 and the napkin of 2042. The annual cost of home to school transport is listed as £650,000 per annum. That is a net benefit per annum of £1.1 million per annum, and I will forward you the email very, very shortly. So we'll come to that option in a moment. The £46.7 million to build a school at County Hall, I said would go higher. The fact that council employees and
Point of order, please. 19.4. The actual figure is 43.052 million. It's right in front of me.
Can you just say, Councillor Kent, where your evidence is? Where have you located this?
It's the papers within the pack.
It's a minor discrepancy, and the discrepancy it isn't.
It's 3 million.
It isn't a discrepancy. It isn't a discrepancy, Councillor Kent. You have to use the whole figure. I said earlier, and I repeat, and this is on the webcast, so there's no doubt and no clarification, and you're just making a mountain out of a molehill. I said earlier that the REBA estimate, £40.8 million build, 2.8 demolition costs, and I'm including the £4 million already committed.
Point of order, that's also incorrect. It's 2.96 million.
I'll just proceed. Oh, very good, very amusing, very amusing. The fact that council employees and visitors did not cause highway issues is very different to a school start and finish time where the children would arrive at the same time and leave at the same time. And there are no costs included in the school design. There are no costs included for any highway issues that might cause, and we will obviously lose the capital receipt of £8.8 million, but it's a matter of some irrelevance because we will not be building a school at County Hall. As a cabinet, we're looking at reducing spending, not increasing borrowing. There is an article in today's press headlining that we are considering, I note, I'm just using the word considering, that we are considering raising council tax by 10% in order to produce a balanced budget in 26-27. I need to make members, my cabinet, are fully aware, our party is fully aware, there is a statutory requirement, there is also a statutory requirement, not only to meet sufficiency, there is a statutory requirement to produce a balanced budget. So I hope that a 10% council tax rise is not necessary in order to meet a balanced budget in 26-27, but we wouldn't be considering such a rise if the financial emergency wasn't so dire. And you will hear from the external auditors, Grant Thornton, in the November report, how dire it is. So now let's look at the options in our chosen option, which is 1F, which is option 2 and 4 in Appendix 3 of the report. There is building, permanent building, for 30-year place group, that's 1FE at Dyson Perrins Academy, Malvern, and similarly 1FE at the Chase. Capital cost, this is permanent structures, of £13.2 million. In that option is the use of 1FE or 2FE at Pershore High School. There is 1FE at Bishop Perrone at a capital cost of £4 million for REBA 2. And once again, plus the £4 million committed 700k of which may be considered as capital. This represents a maximum if all the children were bused. If we use the 2 FE at Pershore, is a maximum of 650k per annum in home to school transport. But the figures in relation to using that as the maximum figure, the borrowing is, wait for it, well, if you've read the report, you know, the borrowing is 0. The basic need is £3.2 million. Capital receipts, £10.7 million. Section 106 monies is £4.8 million. There were a whole raft of concerns from Monday's scrutiny meeting. The first one, and that's the one Councillor James has referred to this morning, actually he referred to it as though we wouldn't meet the sufficiency. He actually said we've got 30 places guaranteed from the Bishop Perone, and it's minus 90 places. But my maths is a little better than that. We may even come on to that shortly. The 1 FE at Dyson Perrins, 1 FE at the Chase, 1 FE or 2 FE at Pershore High School, and 1 FE at Bishop Perone. That's 150 places. There is more than enough sufficiency to meet the requirements in 2029, more than enough. Also, as Rachel pointed out, since we had these discussions with the officers and we had the head teachers meeting in September, Tudor Grange are now looking to try to help, not just with the 30 places for the SEND school, but 30 additional places for mainstream school. And again, as Rachel said, there's a board meeting in November where they'll be discussing this issue. So let me make this absolutely crystal clear. There is no shortfall in sufficiency for 2029. And let me also make it perfectly clear, there is no statutory requirement to build a new school. There is no statutory requirement to build a new school. Okay, other issues. Councillor Boatwright Green, amongst others, is concerned about the children's capacity to learn if they spent an hour on the bus, or to get, or they're missing out on recreational activities of playing football and so on. And I share his concern. Councillor McVeigh shares a concern. She mentioned 19 minutes travelling time. I wish that was the that was the time in travelling, but unfortunately it's likely to be longer.
19.4 point of order. I said 90 minutes, not 19
Oh, 90.
minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hearing.
Now I have to leave. I'm very sorry to
Sorry,
miss the
it's
rest
all
of
right.
your speech.
No, it's not your diction, Councillor McVeigh. It's my hearing. Sorry about that. Okay. And Councillor Olcott, again from a previous council meeting and her email to me, also shares these concerns and wants these matters taken into account. I need to reassure the panel and Worcestershire parents and residents that I have the best interests of children's education in mind. There are those, and they probably keep their view, there are those in mind that I'm not up to the job as education chief. Well, there we go. Very good. I'm glad I got confirmation of something. I need to explain, and it'll only be very brief, a little of my background, of which most of you will not be unaware. I'm sorry to bore you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, Stephen, can you just pause a moment? Can we stop having all of this whispering? If you need to speak, can you go outside, please? Because it's actually distracting. Thank you. Please continue,
Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I went to a secondary school. That was 2 miles from my home, and there was no bus route. I walked home every evening, taking half an hour or so. Obviously, we live in different times. People would say it wouldn't be safe to do so nowadays. Apart from the 7 years at university I spent in education, not starting work until I was 25, and having a career in business, which is why I'm happy to represent Reform UK as having not been a career politician and having some experience of the real world. I then spent 6 years lecturing in engineering, maths and other things at Howe College in Worcester and Warwick Trident, a part of the Warwickshire College Group for 6 years. But the most important part of my relevant history, which almost nobody will be aware of, is that in 1993 and 1994...
Sorry, point of order, 17.1. What has this got to do with the notice given? I don't think your education history has anything to do with the paper unless I missed it at scrutiny.
Councillor James, that's noted, but this is the Cabinet's meeting and not the councillors that are attending. So it's up to us how we conduct our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. It's highly relevant because in 1993, Warwickshire County Council proposed to close 13 primary schools in Warwickshire County, one of which was the Dunnington School, at which my 2 children, who were aged 7 and 10 at the time, were attending. That was a Labour-controlled education department in 1993 in Warwickshire County Council. And we formed an action group, of which I was the chair of the South Warwickshire Action Group, to try and keep these 13 primary schools open. So as well as Dunnington School, this was Shottery, Little and Long Compton, and so on and so forth. I don't need to bore you with the details. The main point of this is that their plan in closing my children's school at Dunnington was to move the temporary classrooms, the porter cabins that were part and parcel of Dunnington School, onto the site they wanted to keep open in Salford Priors. And we had to go to the lengths over 2 years. We met with Alan Howarth, who was the Stratford MP, who was a Conservative at the time. And we went down to London to see the schools minister, another Conservative, Robin Squires, to attempt to keep the schools open. And we saved 11 of the 13 schools, and I led that action. So I don't know whether I'm poacher turned gamekeeper or gamekeeper turned poacher, but it's a highly relevant experience. And the relevance to this is the fact that we, as an education department, have no intention of housing temporary classrooms anywhere. The investment in this programme is capital expenditure, and it is permanent classrooms. That is the relevance. Make no mistake, we have a sound education plan. We currently have a capital programme of £28 million, for SEND improvements. There's recent criticism. It's just plain silly politics. We took £2 million out of a £30 million capital programme for projects which hadn't got going, which could be done in another way. And it's reported in the press that we're making foolish decisions by removing £2 million of capital from our SEND improvement programme. We're still planning to build a SEND school at Poolbrook in Malvern. That's DFE money. A school for which there is a full feasibility. That school at the moment, the whole of the build programme for schools is paused by the current government pending review. But we're still hopeful, very hopeful, that we'll build it. We're also building, thanks to the previous administration, I can give the previous administration some credit here, because it's not my build, we're planning to build a new primary school excuse me, at Fox Lydia Road in Redditch. And I'm delighted to thank the administration because, of course, that's Redditch West, for which I am the elected representative. You couldn't make it up. Okay. So we've recently, on that school, or I've recently approved, I'm delighted to approve the appointment of the builders Grahams, so that we will actually be putting a spade in the ground and building the school. And of course the expansions I've referred to that are in the appendix at the Chase, Dyson Parent and Bishop Perron are all permanent capital projects. What our opposition parties need to understand, I'll repeat again, is we have a statutory obligation to produce a balanced budget. We have almost no reserves. We have an EFS. We will be looking to make revenue savings, make no mistake. We cannot borrow more money. We, or rather the previous administration, have maxed out the credit card. So if people say on Facebook, TikTok, any other social media, of course Reform UK won't build a new school because we don't care about children. Obviously we're as nasty as that nasty party, or perhaps they no longer are. Or the scrutiny panel think I've ridden roughshod over their deliberations. They are mistaken. What I can tell Councillor Cross, but who's also not here, and others, repeating what I've said many times, is there is a sound business case for spend to save on SEND schools, invest to save on SEND schools. That was brought up by Jade Bliss at the February 25 cabinet meeting. I've explained, and in fully agreement with Councillor Cross, when the council is financially viable, the first new school we're likely to build and put into a capital programme is likely to be a SEND school, because it does have a very short payback. But because we've maxed out the credit card and because we're in such financial trouble, we cannot build anything. It's clearly stated in the report, and you cannot change the facts. All of the options considered in the feasibility report, the one I would have most preferred, if it was viable, was to relocate and expand Riverside SEM Special School onto the County Hall site, expanding the capacity of the new SEND school to 120, it's 78 currently, I've recently visited the two Riverside sites. They're cramped, they've got stairs. They do an amazing job with very cramped buildings. They truly deserve to be placed in better facilities, and I, for one, will endeavour to make that happen. The option there was to utilise the two buildings, that's the Boiler House and the Record Office, separate from County Hall. But when you take into account the associated external requirements and the recreational playing and sporting facilities that you need for that school, the REBA estimate for building that school was £35 million. Obviously a minus 6.3 capital receipt for County Hall, and we would have got £2 million capital receipt for the sale of the Riverside sites. But as Rachel explained, there is insufficient high needs provision capital to fund that, which is only £6 million. On the other hand, we have a longer term plan we're working on in conjunction with the Chase School and the adjacent science park to expand, again permanent capacity, on unused land, could free up the Chase's annex sufficient to house the Riverside school children all on one level, ideal, at a capital cost of £8.3 million, which is just about affordable, as I said, £6 million capital high needs capital provision of £6 million. So, the developments at Bromsgrove, so perhaps 2,000 new homes on golf courses. They'd need an all-through school. Developments at Catshill, Hagley, Stoke Prior, Old Church, Withall. Major development to Worcester Parkway would require schools which could be largely built with Section 106 monies, of the figure from which we've just increased from the 2019 level. And they would primarily be primary schools. It wouldn't be enough to cover all of the costs, but we would still be able to meet them to build the capacity required in 2035 and the napkin of 2042. But we don't determine education sufficiency out to 2042 until the developments have got more certainty and planning permission. That would be crazy.
Madam Chairman, point of clarification, please, 19.4. The quote I've had from the Education Department for the golf site alone is one pass-through school for £70 million. No Section 106 money will bring that level of investment.
Thank you, Councillor May. I know yesterday that the government are delaying reforms to special educational needs until next year. We're expecting a white paper in September. They've kicked that can down the road. I also note that the statutory override, which we've got, of the SEND deficit, the accounting fudge, is now extended to 27-28. But we can't do likewise by kicking the can down the road. County Hall, a school will not be built. Newtown Road School will not be built. The picture on housing developments is ever changing. The forecast requirement for 120 places in 2029 hasn't changed and won't change Instead, we will work with the secondary schools to try to provide enough places for children, listen carefully, to go to schools in their local catchment area or their parental choice, as they have the right to choose. And furthermore, this is probably one of the most important points I'm going to make today, and you'll all be delighted to know that I've almost finished, is that, and I'm especially keen that the media listen to this and the media print this as well, is the overall performance at the end of Key Stage 4 in 2025, all pupils, as reported by the DFE. So this is based on their Attainment 8 performance. This score is based on how well pupils in a school have performed in up to 8 qualifications, which include English, Maths, 3 English baccalaureate qualifications, including sciences, computer science, history, geography, and languages, and 3 other additional approved qualifications. What is important to note is that in this list of 40 Worcester secondary schools, that the Chase at Malvern came 3rd of this list in schools for GCSE performance in their recent exams. And it may well be that parental choice is such that there is a significant increase in demand by parents of Worcester City to choose the Chase to send their children to, as is their prerogative, once it is widely known about the wonderful achievements of the Chase. Yet another good education story. And my colleague, Councillor Amos, will be delighted to hear that Blessed Edward Catholic College came 2nd in this list of outstanding performance. So, in the short term, there isn't any new information which could possibly come to light in 6 months' time that could justify building a 4 FE school incapable of expansion at County Hall. Education sufficient requirements to 2035 or the napkin of 2042 would not impact on the decision not to build a school at County Hall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Stephen. Councillor Foster. Councillor Wharton, you have a comment.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments actually. Firstly, when Councillor Foster referred to a 10% council tax increase, that's not something we're actively considering. We are concentrating on the expenditure side of the budget, and all our efforts are going to that at the moment. So just wanted to make that point clear. And the second point was to come back on the point that Councillor Kent, are you still there, raised. Yeah, 3.84% is the current consolidated rate of interest. New borrowing that we took, if we were to take new borrowing out today, it would be 6.2%, which would naturally increase that consolidated rate. So that's where the confusion has come. New borrowing as of today, 6.2. The current consolidated rate, 3.84.
Thank you for that clarification. Can I just update and make an amendment, Councillor Foster? We're looking at setting out paragraphs 1A to J, and not 1A to I think you said. F, sorry. So just to clarify, that is definitely 1A to J. Yes, yep, okay. Can I now ask if we have any Cabinet members that wish to speak? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Cabinet member and officers for their hard work.
However, I would like to draw your attention to the panel's recommendation that seemed to suggest that there is a link between mainstream school travel and mental health. Let me be very clear. We all, you, me, and everyone, we all have mental health, irrespective of our age, our gender. Mental health, we all have, is not a diagnosis by itself. So to suggest that, just excuse me. Yeah, so as a responsible adults and elected members, we must be cautious that how we use these terms, particularly when it impacts the children's matters and discussing. Using mental health as part of political narrative can unintentionally create fear, panic, and stigma. It's unhelpful and it's unfair to put those barriers in front of our children to flourish. Of course, questions of school transport will not arise if there was a school next to each house. So for once I can agree, yes, healthy activity is also walking and cycling, if it was that option. Now, not only as a clinician, but personally, I have faced the full impact of serious mental illness in my life, which changed my life and my two children's lives forever. So I feel very strongly about it if these terms are used very casually for any gains. But let's also recognize that there is nothing unhealthy about traveling to school, transport, surrounded by your peers and friends. For many children, that's one of the most enjoyable parts of the day. Time to laugh, connect, build confidence. And these moments are good for mental well-being. And for healthy well-being, there are 5 healthy C's. And all these activity which we do in school transport on day-to-day has got 3 C's there. There is confidence we build, there is communication, there is connect. And that helps to build the resilience, the qualities which we want to encourage and nurture in our future generations. So please, cross-party, let's make sure our children see mental health as part of their life, not as a label. Thank you.
Can I just do a point of clarification on the panel
Thank you,
outcome?
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Is that okay? The report you make reference to as wellbeing was actually an officer report, not our recommendation. It was within a paragraph that said it has a detrimental impact. It wasn't a political point at all.
Thank you. I do understand that, but this is being used across all political parties as a very casual word.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. And yes, as I said in my opening speech, if we can all work cross-party and all respect each other with further questioning and listening to people when they're speaking, it would be nice. Thank you very much. So have we got any councillors that are wishing to speak? We start with Councillor May, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the Cabinet Member's presentation. Having listened very intently, I have more questions than answers now. Comments like bulging class sizes of 90 per year group. You'll have to get the agreement of the head teacher to do that. Transportation from children from Pershore, Malvern, Wyre Forest, moving them around the county, actually increasing our home to school transport bill. The comment about no sufficiency issue up to 2029. I really do think that this is becoming more of a challenge than, and without any answers than the answers we need to be asking. And the final comment I picked up from you, will not be able to access, parents have to accept that they will not be able to access secondary education in their home location. Ideally, I take on board what's just been said about mental health, but ideally you form peer groups and friendship groups when you go to school, and you do extracurriculum activity. And it's always better that that extracurriculum activity takes place closer to home rather than further away, so you can do team sports, etc. But the bigger question we've got here is the starting point, the sufficiency report. The sufficiency report isn't due before this council until February 2026. Bromsgrove currently doesn't carry 5% capacity in terms of education. We have no mobility of people being able to move from school to school, and with the introduction of VAT into private school education, we have seen some fallout from the private system back into state education. We have to take a view on this and a bigger picture view. I appeal to the Cabinet, do not rule out this site. Land is the most extreme cost with building schools at the moment, or building anything. Hold on to it till you've got the bigger picture. The sufficiency needs of this county and the statutory requirement to educate are upper and foremost in everybody's minds. So all I ask is that you sit on this decision until February 2026. You're not going to be able to market it until 27, 28 anyway, but make an informed decision. Make a decision for the future of our pupils and our young people in Worcestershire, because making that decision today will leave many, many question marks over education. And in terms of the numbers you're looking at, no consideration is being given to the building of new areas, like the 12,155 homes required for Bromsgrove. And the Cabinet member spoke about the town centre development. That alone requires a £70 million new school. No Section 106 monies will fund that. And the other point is, what lobbying is taking place with central government? Because these figures do not add up. We've not got a sustainable education provision for Worcestershire now. And I think that's the key takeaway from this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Yeah, and I agree, yes, we perhaps should do some more lobbying to central government. I agree on that stage. I also have life experience. I have 3 children. I have 8 grandchildren. I'm very gifted with that because a lot of people don't have children and have that chance. I've had to get them educated. I experienced having ex-school extracurriculum activities, which meant that I was running here, there and everywhere. Some of my children actually went out of the area because we went to the better schools, but we were privileged in that way, but they didn't mind travelling. But each child is different, I suppose, and each family is different, and each parent wants different things for their children. But I'll pass this back to Stephen Foster.
If I can just come in, please, Chairman.
Yeah,
I feel that was a personalised comment to me, having had 4 rounds of IVF treatment that didn't succeed.
Well, I apologise.
So I do
Karen,
take exception, really massive exception to
Councillor
that.
May,
Look,
can
I
just-
had...
I
no,
didn't
hang
know
on
that,
well,
so I
I think you
apologise.
did, because the person that's feeding you down the line is in full possession of the facts. So the point is here now, I really think that regardless of your personal situation, and the fact I've never been blessed with any children, I always want the best for the young people that live within the area of Worcestershire, regardless of whether you're blessed with children or not.
Councillor May, can I just intervene here? I didn't know that from you. I was a backbencher. I don't know who's feeding me any information, because this is just, I'm talking about life experience, which many of us do, which is what have got me into politics. And I think many of us sitting here today have a reason for being here. My grandchildren are what put me here, so that I have a better country for them to leave to them when I've gone. And I think that's many of us too. Okay? So that's why. And I didn't know, and I do apologise if you took that personally. You know, many of us aren't gifted, and I apologise if you have took that personally, and I'm sorry. Okay? Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor May. Bulgier groups was just the terminology used in the officer's report. The only way the sufficiency of 90 school places can be provided for 2020 is by creating Bulgier groups. They're just actually referring to creating the capacity. It perhaps is not a word that creates the right understanding. But so that's Bulgier groups. The sufficiency up to 2029 was in July Cabinet. It's the same. The sufficiency will not change up to 2029, and land at County Hall is important. But I've explained it is absolutely impractical to build a school at County Hall financially. It would be impossible to expand that school once built to accommodate developments in beyond 30 2035 and 2042. It would be a very poor, apart from the highways issues and the cost, it would be a very poor investment. And we will, I'm fully aware, and probably as concerned as you are, about the capacity issues at Bromsgrove, the fact that 20 children are already bused outside of the catchment area. But once again, I would just remind you that we took office in May 2025. I've been in the cabinet for 5 months. How can the lack of capacity at Bromsgrove schools be anything down to this particular education chief? Thank you.
Councillor Wharton.
Sorry, just another quick point of clarification for Councillor May. I think, Councillor May, you suggested we wouldn't be able to get the sale of County Hall to market until 27-28. That's when we're anticipating the earliest part of completion. The actual marketing will take place as early as 2026. Just wanted to clarify that point.
Councillor Wharton, Councillor May has left the chamber shortly, but I'm sure one of her colleagues will pass that information on to her. Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. In that 30-minute TED talk on economics, we did not get an answer. So I'm asking the Cabinet member who has suggested that people have lost confidence in him. Let me say on record, I have, to provide an education. You did not answer the question. Where are our young people going to be schooled? You have spoken about home-to-school transport and the benefit. I acknowledge and I recommend, actually, Councillor Bell and her knowledge, and actually I'd like to work with her offline on how we can improve young people's mental health. But we need to think of the children. Children are not a price tag. I really encourage the Cabinet members whose portfolio is education, not economics, to put a value on young people's education, because my inbox is currently filling up with people who are listening, who are saying you're not doing that.
Can I just come in there first, Councillor Foster? Can you just clarify what you mean by TED Talks so that people that are listening in can understand that? Because I don't think everybody would.
Yeah, of course, TED Talks are a series of lectures given online.
Yeah, and then they're not always correct. If I recall my university days. Okay. Do you want to answer that, Councillor Foster? If we can keep it a bit brief, though, because time is ticking on. Thank you.
It will be very brief. Thank you, Councillor James. I think I understood the question is, apart from your statement, your lack of confidence and no confidence in me, which is entirely your choice and your opinion. Where the question was, where are young people going to be schooled? Well, it's very straightforward. There is one FE permanent expansion at Dyson Perrings, one FE at the Chase, which is the third best school in recent performance in education. There is one FE or two FE at Pershaw High School and one FE at Bishop Perrone, as well as older Worcester City secondary schools. So that's where young people are going to be educated, and they all have excellent performance records. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foster, for clarifying that. We have Councillor Boatwright-Green.
I'd want to clarify that.
I think he's appeared to have left the chamber. Can we have Councillor Perks, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to touch on the journey times and address some of the confusion with regards to the numbers that I've heard being said out loud and both online. I'm not going to touch upon any of the sensitivities around it because it is an issue, but what I would say is that the DFT have a maximum suggested time of 45 minutes as a part of their journeys. All of those, bar one that I'm looking at, are beneath that. We have 40 minutes, 43 minutes, 34 minutes, and 153, depending on the areas. None of that is ideal, but it is a far cry from the 90 minutes that's been advertised elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. That's interesting to hear. We have Councillor Miller, please.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. I'm interested, or I'm concerned about the expansion of Bishop Roan, and not so much the expansion, but for the people in the surrounding areas. And also, if you go to that school, which I do take my grandchildren to that school and drop them off, it is absolute mayhem in the morning, and it's worse in the evening at pick-up times. I know this is very similar for most schools, but with the road layout and the infrastructure for Bishop Roan, it exacerbates the problem of, and the safety of children crossing the road there. Parents just leave the cars anywhere and bundle the children out or put them in, and it is a concern that for the children, for the residents in the local area, that expansion of that school may not be able to deal with the capacity that it will bring to that school. So it is a concern, and it's something that we must look at and try and address. Now, the second point is I have, and I'm working with families in Wychbold, in my division. The children are taken from Wychbold into Droitwich on the school bus. There is no, and it cannot be down to the driver, but there is no discipline of the children on the school bus. So occasionally the driver has to stop the bus and turf the children off, which isn't a good thing to do with young children. But this, and this will happen. The other parents I'm working with, the child was bullied on the bus. When they get to school, they're monitored. This doesn't happen, but on the bus. So that child has had to be taken out of that school and taken to another one. Now, the point is, the family have only got one car. They've got 3 children at 2 different schools. The mother has had to give up her day job because of school times and pickups. Now, that has put that family into a position of poverty because we cannot accommodate the children with protection on the school bus and journeys and to and from school. So it is a bigger problem than just saying, yes, we've got capacity at that school, we're going to shove children here, shove children there. It is what the effect on the families of transporting children, on picking children up after school activities. We must look at this and take all this into account when we're making these decisions. Now, we sit here to make sure that we do the best for our community in Worcestershire. Now, in doing that, we have to take all aspects into consideration, and I don't think these parts of the considerations are being taken into account. Final point, the gentleman that spoke about if County Hall isn't going to be used, the gentleman that spoke first, Mr. McKee or something like that, yeah. What he was saying, if we're going to get rid of County Hall, what an ideal, if it's not going to be used for a school, hospital. Ideal site for that. It's ideal for the blue light services with the road layout. And now there are engineering methods to deal with rack in buildings. Since we've had this problem, and this problem has come, the engineers have looked at it, and there is a way that it can be dealt with now. So it may not be a redundant building at the end of the day. It may be able to be repurposed. I don't know. But it's to not consider it with modern day technology and how we can address this, I think it should be a consideration. I'll finish there and stop boring you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Those are very valid points. Councillor Bowen?
Thank you, Chair. Another really thoughtful intervention from Councillor Miller. I'm quite enjoying his interventions at these meetings because they're always relevant. I just thought I'd help out in terms of Wychbold. I used to live in Wychbold, and my children actually used to make that trip on the bus. It's a very valid point. However, it's not entirely relevant to this because the Wychbold bus trip is actually within the catchment for that area. So that's a slightly different issue. I think the whole issue around behaviour on school buses, and actually some of my children also had to go on the public transport as well, is relevant, but in terms of this decision and this issue, it's actually a separate issue. In terms of the family that you're talking about, I would feel very strongly that actually the school would need to be very active and proactive in addressing some of those issues as well. But anyway, I hope that's helpful.
Councillor Wharton.
Yes, I just too want to come back to Councillor Miller on the point he made about the NHS and the use of county hall. You're not the first person to suggest that. It's a really good suggestion, and as part of the marketing exercise we do, the NHS will obviously be engaged to see if they can make use of that site.
Yeah, I quite agreed there, Councillor Wharton. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Council. Yeah, it is afternoon. Can I thank you for your report? The officers have obviously put a lot of time and effort into it. Can I also just mention, I don't think we're going to come out of this looking particularly well after this meeting. We've got a member of the press sat to my left, and I'm not going to point fingers at anybody, but I don't think the residents, if they watch the whole meeting, are going to be particularly impressed with us. I found it quite interesting that suddenly people are very interested about the well-being of our children going on buses to get to school. And I find this interesting because I've never heard anybody mention it before regarding the children in my area, in Croom, which is a rural area. I know Councillor Wells's area is very rural as well. And this has gone on for as long as I've been in Worcestershire. They've had to get on buses to get to school. And nobody seems very concerned about children who do go to private schools and are often driven vast different distances to actually get there. So I think we should sort of not really concentrate so much time and effort into this. School children rurally for years have had to travel. And I'll move on from there. Apart from saying that you've only got to look at my area of Broomhall Cottages, Stonehall Common, Kemsey, Croom, High Green. Well, they all have to travel, and they have to do it 5 days a week. But they manage, they survive, they get good grades, they go on to achieve great things. I'm very concerned about the lack of agreement over costs, and I suspect this is going to get mentioned in the press. And I would ask that Paul Robinson emails all councillors confirming exactly what the costs are. Yeah, because at the moment, the public, if they watch this, are going, well, there's two sets of figures being bandied about. Which ones do we believe? You're impartial, Paul, so I think if you push something out there, that would settle the issue one way or the other. So either Councillor Kent is right or Councillor Foster is right. Do you want to
what I would say, Councillor, if it helps, is I'm happy to write out if that's what people want me to do. What I would say is the numbers that are in the report have been approved by Finance and are the numbers. I think we're talking about slightly different numbers in terms of their actual context. And so if I give you the example that Adam talked about, the consolidated borrowing rate, and then Councillor Wharton talked about the new rate to go out and borrow, they're actually both right. So, and that's where it can get confusing, because the
Point of order, I'm afraid, for correction. The figures that were given to me were provided by Phil Rook.
Yeah, which is why
they're not my figures.
Which is why
they're the finance officer's figures.
They are.
And the consolidated borrowing level is 3.84%, which yes. Councillor Wharton has confirmed.
Yes.
And the current lending rate for new loans under this Labour government is 6.2%.
That's right.
That's it. Clarification. They're not both right. There is one right set of figures.
Well, I disagree. I absolutely disagree, because you're not talking about the same thing. If you were to go out to the market, this is new borrowing, we go out to the market tomorrow, you will pay 6.2%, which is the figure that Councillor Foster has used and is the figure that it's done. If you average it out across all our loans for everything that we've got over the period that we've done over the last 40 years, you get to 3.84, because we've got some much cheaper loans that we bought many years ago, and you average it out. So actually, if you add it to the average, Adam, you are right in that it's 3.84. And so, because the total bill of interest for the £607 million that we have is 3.84, because some are at 6% and some are at 2%. And when you add it all up and you do all the calculation, you get to 3.84 as an average figure. But if you go out to borrow the money tomorrow, you will pay 6.2%.
Point of order again for clarification. You will pay 6.2% from the Public Works Loans Board. What would you pay for inter-council lending and other sources, Paul? I think this is going the wrong way because you're going down a rabbit hole here. And well, I've got the figures because I've got them off the finance officer.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. But the quotes that you've made in this meeting is you've chosen to use 3.84, which is a consolidated loan rate. Yes, if we go out...
Point of clarification again. The Cabinet member actually said on Monday that the consolidated loan rate was 6.2%. I think the figure was given to him by mistake. I don't think he meant it. And when it was corrected, it was 3.84%. I'm sorry, but facts are facts. That's exactly what happened on Monday. You may not have been there, Paul, but that's what we're referring to. He's corrected that today. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
Okay, fine. But the question that was asked by the member at the back was, what are the two numbers that have been used today and what's the difference? And I've explained to you what they are. I can only give you, as you say, facts are facts. 3.84 is right, because that is the consolidated number. And if you go to the Public Loans Board, 6.2 is right. Those are the two figures that have been chosen to be used. They are factually correct. How you choose to politically use them and have debate is entirely for members to do. That's the purpose of debate. It's not for officers. You've asked us, we've told you. You've asked us two different questions. One's asked us what the public loan note will be. If we go to the Public Loan Board, what would it cost us to borrow the money? You've asked us, what's the consolidated rate? Why are those two numbers different? Because factually, they are.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for clearing that up. If I can continue, please, Madam Chair.
Can we just pause a moment? Can I just bring in Hazel just to clarify what was just said? Thank you.
I'm not going to clarify the finances, but I'm just going to clarify something in relation to the meeting we've got today and the process for it. So the leader is the chair of the meeting and will be following the Cabinet procedure rules as set out in the Constitution. So paragraph 7.7 refers to the leader or Cabinet can invite any individual, whether or not a member of the council, to attend a meeting of the Cabinet to assist or advise the Cabinet. Obviously, they don't have voting rights, so the leader, in relation to this matter, has invited Councillor James in his role as Chair of Scrutiny for Corporate and Communities and Councillor McVeigh in her role as Chair of Children and Families. In relation to contribution of other councillors, that would be governed by paragraph 7.6. So any other councillor may, in accordance with the access to information rules, so that's obviously clarifying that this is a public meeting and you've all had access to the reports in the public domain, you can attend as an observer and speak at the discretion of the leader or other councillor presiding at the meeting. So it is very much a matter for the leader to use their discretion as the chair in this meeting as to who can speak. Just looking at the list, I think we've pretty much got hands up of everyone from the other groups who've attended. So just as a reminder that councillors are here who are not members of Cabinet as observers and can only speak at the discretion. And we have used the expertise already of scrutiny in relation to this report and the next report, and the chairs of those committees have been invited to provide those contributions. So just a reminder of that, and I'll leave it to the leader to decide as discretion as to how many people will be invited to speak.
Thank you for that clarification. I shall just invite, we've got...
May I finish my...
Yeah,
if you don't mind,
yes,
please.
sorry,
Thank
I
you
do
very much,
apologise.
Leader.
Yes, please
It was a little bit hijacked by,
yes,
by
you were.
people.
Thank you.
So I'll carry on. If we do decide to build a new school, I have no doubt the cost will increase. The Capax Bridge went through the roof, and the Hampton Bridge looks like it's going to go through the floor. And I'm very concerned that we're coming out with a figure now as though it's a definite figure, that's what it's going to cost. it isn't going to cost that. It's going to cost an awful lot more, let's be quite honest about it, with inflation, everything else that's going on, wages, the cost of living. So I'm very, very concerned about that. But my question to Councillor Foster, I'm not sure you're the right person, but hopefully you are. If we did decide to go ahead and build this new school, could we actually build it in time?
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Your question is pretty close. And the initial suggestion was that the school couldn't be built in time for 2029, but then I think my recent update was that it might be, if we started in the near future, might be ready in October 2029. Well, that's not a lot of difference there, but we have no intention of building a school at County Hall in any shape or form.
Thank you for the clarification on that one. Can we move now to Councillor Wells?
Chairman, thank you, and thank you for your indulgence. I've not been to a cabinet meeting which has taken so long and pondered on one particular item for so long. So thank you for that. And also, I think it's worth putting on record that many of us have given up most of our day to come and hopefully contribute to an open forum as best we can. And I think that's important for democracy. Otherwise, you guys would be talking to yourselves and you need to do it in 10 minutes. Just want to pick up a couple of points. First of all, Councillor Bell, I think, was referring to mental health, particularly the mental health of young people. What she meant was poor mental health rather than mental health. Mental health is something we will have a spectrum of good or bad, depending on how things are. But so I think she was referring specifically, I think, to the potential for poor mental health. And there was a reference to using the bus. Now, I'm going to throw down the gauntlet this morning and say to any cabinet member with an interest in these things to come and join me on the bus from Worcester to Malvern Chase at 8:15 in the morning, because we will find it's standing room only. In the old days, we used to have dedicated school buses where every child had a seat and a seatbelt, and the luggage racks were used appropriately, and no one was allowed to stand. Now, what happens these days, Chairman, just so everyone's clear about what public transport actually looks like for children, it's actually rather different. It's a service bus, a timetabled bus. And as a consequence, there is no requirement for A, seat belts, or B, seats for every person on the bus. And so the gauntlet I'm throwing down this morning is that when we're thinking about the sustainability of taking children from Worcester to Malvern at the beginning and the end of the school day, is worth thinking for a moment about what that environment looks like and actually its potential for poor mental health. And my final question is one just to think again about the potential for changing catchment to include the Malvern schools if you live in Worcester. And what would that mean? I'm not quite sure about the practicalities of that, how that would be delivered. And finally, have we actually thought about the cost implications of children, because we'll be obliged to pay for their school bus pass, first bus at the moment, provide that bus pass. So a fair few questions there, but the gauntlet's been thrown down. Would anyone who is in a position today on the Cabinet to make this decision come with me and experience the joys or other of the school bus ride from Worcester to Malvern in the morning?
Thank you, Councillor Wells. I think I personally have every faith and trust in our Cabinet Member for Health, who is actually a consultant in a profession, and she would like to just comment on that. And as for your further questions, I'm not sure whether all of them are going to be answered today, but we'll invite other people to respond. So, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Bells. So I do understand your context on public transport when children are going to school. And I have had that experience for my children, and that's true in urban area, and that's true in Birmingham, where my son used 2 public buses and 1 train to get to this particular place. And that was of course by choice, because that's where he could play cricket, and he was playing cricket at the higher level. So, and his mental health is not affected, but I'm not saying that this cannot happen in other children, but what we are talking about here is not generalizing that term, and which will apply to all the children, and for that matter in the county like Countryside in Worcestershire. So, but I do take your point, and of course we can touch base on this outside this chamber as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Perks?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Wells. I'm happy to pick up that gauntlet and do that with you. Also happy to discuss bus passes with you at that point. What I also want to address, and unfortunately it's made me think back to how old I actually am now, but I left school in Bromsgrove in 2000, and I distinctly recall standing room only on those buses when I chose not to walk or get the bus. So whilst I take your point, it isn't a recent occurrence, and I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Jenkins?
Thank you, Councillor Monk. Yeah, just a few points. I'd like to thank Councillor Miller for mentioning the school Bishop Road, which is in my division. I did raise issues with expanding it on Monday at that meeting, so it certainly is an issue, not just from congestion and those issues, but also the site is very tight, and the building potentially looks like it's going to be on one of the play areas, and it already lacks play areas, I think. So concerns around that. I think the other point also, I think Councillor James made it, about the focus is so much on, reducing spending, and the quotes, I think, from the Cabinet Member for Education is that that's their main goal. Our main goal is reducing spending, which I really hope the Cabinet Member, that isn't his main goal. His main goal should be looking after what's the best interests of, children and education within the county. So I think that's something that really, I think is the heart of what we're discussing today, is that we're focused so much on finances, we're not seeing the real problem with education. So I think I would disagree that I think that County Hall makes a very good site. I understand, yes, at the moment there is financial problems, and for a short term we will have to bus children around to other schools in the county. But I think it has been mentioned by Councillor May, that site is such a good site, we don't want to just sell it quickly for a few bucks. I don't think you'd make much money on it anyway, and I think it is far more valuable to us as a potential site. Ideally, I think for a school, other options are open, but I think a school would make an ideal site. Access from the Ring Road is perfect. So I would hope that ideally, my view would be you'd knock that site down, which is in the budget for building a new school, is the cost of knocking that school down. The fact that it costs about $1 million a year to maintain the site, and about just under 3 million to knock it down. So within 3 years, you've got that money back. So, and by knocking it down, that's already part of the cost. You can take that 3 million out of the cost of a new school. So I think we really need to keep that option open and not go for a quick sale to try and get maybe some houses on it. And I think the benefit for the residents, particularly in South Worcester, which is, and that catchment for that school, that is where we've got that kind of need for pupils is in kind of south of Worcester. So that location of that school is perfect. So I kind of urge the Cabinet members to kind of make sure they don't just dispose of the site quickly. I mean, that's the next thing on the Cabinet papers is County Hall. I urge them not to just get rid of the site and keep it so that we can actually build the school when maybe with LGR we'll actually maybe have a bit more money. I wonder if thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Kent?
Thank you. I was sitting here wondering whether I was going to be censored and have to sit in the gallery like Mr Farage in the House of Parliament, really. But it's been really, I'd like to go back to Monday, actually, to an incredible scrutiny panel, really, that was very well chaired, I have to say, even though he's already got a big enough head with being new Councillor of the Year or whatever it is. But one of the things that came up there was the history, and I think the way it's been discussed today, and there's a few questions I want to ask, so I'm not going to make a long speech in any way, shape or form. I think we've all had enough of that. But the Newton Road School was only there while County Hall was a valid building. As soon as that became a rack-infested Legionnaires, whatever it is, then it be presenting another option. And what we're saying, or what we've heard the Cabinet put forward, is potentially capital savings of 33.6 million by not saving this school. But obviously that comes tallied with £650,000 per annum of home-to-school transport costs. And if we did build a fourth-form entry school at County Hall, and potentially, as I think Councillor Cross wisely put up, with some SEND provision as well, there are the chances that it would actually cost less than the other proposal that we've actually got, with far better outcomes. So you would actually save 20 million. Now, there's a couple of questions I've got on the papers, and the figure being quoted is 43 million. I think that's been quite clear, of which there's a lot of contingencies within that figure that haven't been talked about, and I think Councillor Jenkins just raised one. The actual demolition of the site at 3 million, which has got to happen anyway, whether we pay it or the developer pays it, it's going to have to be done. So if you took that out, it's actually 40 million. There's then a huge number of other contingencies. But at the bottom of the report, it says accuracy range. And I think this is the key thing to go away with, because we're in a very difficult situation nationally in terms of money and funds and everything else, and everybody is struggling in terms of what they can do. But the lower range on the accuracy is 25,831,000, and the figure that's been quoted is the upper range of 43 million. Well, there's been loads of wild claims that it's only going to go up. Well, when you have a recession, things tend to go down, as we saw when we saw the interest rates that were there at 1% when I came into this. So I would just like to ask that specific question, to drill into those two figures. Otherwise, somebody did again mention highways issues. Adrian Hardman always reminds me how many thousands of people used to work at County Hall and all drive. Obviously, the children are not driving, so I'd be grateful if we could just put that one to bed, really. There aren't going to be anywhere near the vehicle movements that you would have when you've got several thousand staff all with their own cars. And we've talked about the bus transport time. I'd like to ask Councillor Perks, if that's possible, if his figures are for the actual bus journey. Because I remember I used to have to get up, walk to the bus stop, allow myself a certain period of time, because it was never on time half the time, or sometimes it would be early. I'd have to allow 10 or 15 minutes, either way to do it, and the same, often coming back. So I'd just like to clarify, is that journey time, the 45 minutes? And the other point, the only thing we've got to do with this, really, if you could go and get Councillor Perks some funding for Powick Bridge, from the English Heritage or whatever it is, to help us out of the situation that we're in, that would fill the financial gap that would allow us to build this school at County Hall.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. So we've got Councillor Bowen, then Councillor Perks, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pick up on a couple of points that jumped out at me there. The 43 million figure. That is a REBA Stage 1 cost estimate. Just by way of comparison, the big plan to build a school on Newtown Road, which, incidentally, the Conservatives sat on for 4 years without a spade being put in the ground, and now suddenly County Hall is the answer. So let's just make that point. That had a REBA Stage 4 cost of 63 million. Guess what its REBA Stage 1 cost was? Just over 40 million. And I think this comes to the nub of the problem. The decisions that we're being asked to take by the Conservatives, if we follow their track record of taking decisions on the least accurate, which is what REBA Stage 1 costing estimates are, it goes some way to explaining why we are in the financial mess we are in. They've left us with a debt of over 600 million, a budget deficit running into tens of millions, and that's just the finance side. Let's look at the education side. Next year, there would not have been sufficient secondary school places. We were 90 short. That's what they left us with. In fostering, the first half of this year, we lost, through resignations, more foster carers than we recruited. That's the mess that they left us with. The budget deficit is going up and up and up. They created mess after mess after mess that we are trying to fix. They're the Laurel and Hardy administration. And I tell you now, I absolutely really value the input from our Green Party colleagues. They are entering into trying to solve the problem and the mess that we are in the right spirit. And all we're getting from that failed administration that preceded us is sniping and carping and trying to make silly political points. It has to stop. We have to meet our legal obligation to balance the budget. That's it. If we don't do that, nothing else gets done and nothing else gets built. So let's stop messing about. We are trying to solve the problems, and we've already fixed the problems for the next few years in terms of education sufficiency. We've already fixed part of the fostering problem. There's more to come on that, but we've got 7 more foster carers in the last 2 months. So that's my point. I apologise for being a bit heated, but I get a little bit sick and tired, particularly when other members are trying to contribute so constructively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen, and I think you're not heated. I think you're being passionate about something that we all care about. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. As has already been mentioned, the costs that are shown are only REBA Stage 1. And being such a long-standing member of this council, I'm more than sure that the councillor is aware of the various different REBA stages. Perhaps forgetting that as a minimum, there is a 10 to 20% uplift as you go through the stages and technical specifications and requirements change. You also mentioned recessions, and people have made reference to economy today. An economy of scale is something that's equally true. When costs go up, recession happens, demand goes down and cost goes up. 40% in material costs over COVID and prior periods. I can see desperately looking on AI now, so I look forward to the retort. Brilliant. I'm glad that I've got your attention. You also mentioned about Powick Bridge, and coming from the administration that had some sort of obsession with bridges, it's funny how those tides have now changed. However, we've spoken about flooding today, and given that this comes up several times, I'm not going to address the funding behind that and the comment around Hampton, but I welcome further conversation on that. I wonder how your fellow colleagues within this council representing residents of Powick would feel about you so blindingly and apparently ignorantly considering the fact that they may well be flooded out of their homes and businesses. It's a strange point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. So I think we've had a very lengthy discussion and very passionate discussion today, and I think that we should move with the recommendation set out in paragraph 1A to J. Are we all in agreement with that, Cabinet? Agreed. Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to take a quick half-an-hour break because this has gone on. I think we need a comfort break. And then we'll move swiftly on and we'll take less questions because we need to get to the point of everything on the agenda today. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're now going to move on to agenda item number 6, County Hall update on site options and disposal. So we can invite Councillor Wharton to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendations set out in the report at 1A to 1C.
Who's seconding the proposal? Councillor Bowen?
I second the recommendations.
Can I invite Councillor James to speak in relation to the previous report, but want to check if Councillor James wishes to say anything in relation to this report because it was considered at the Corporate and Communities Scrutiny Committee on Monday this week.
Thank you, Leader. No, just we considered both matters in turn together. The top line is just that obviously the February report, if possible, with the schooling, if not, to look at the cost of getting rid of the site straight away.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Wharton, if you'd like to start, please.
I invite Penny Unwin to provide a summary of the report.
Good afternoon. I'm Penny Unwin. I'm the Head of Corporate Landlord for Worcestershire County Council. I'm here to present the Cabinet report on the County Hall update, site options and disposal. On the 17th of January 25, Cabinet agreed the retention of land at County Hall for car parking that's required during the Council's occupation of Wildwood offices and, in principle, to dispose of the remainder of the site, except for any further retention required for education use, with the final decision being brought back to Cabinet in the autumn. The update on Worcester City Secondary Education Sufficiency and Place Planning that's just been presented has made no recommendation to retain any further land at County Hall site for education use, and therefore the recommendation 1A of this report is that is to agree the disposal of the County Hall site with the exception of the land required for car parking for whilst the council are in occupation of Wildwood offices. In July, Cabinet gave approval to commence pre-disposal activities such as surveys, soft market testing, master plan refinement, and to make pre-planning application. Paragraphs 9 to 15 of the report set out the steps required to then implement the disposal. Recommendations 1B, points 1 to 6, provide the necessary delegations to support that disposal. These being to agree the final site for marketing and disposal following the pre-application works, and to consider responses following any necessary advertisement required relating to open spaces, to progress with the marketing of the site for disposal, to agree the preferred bidder following marketing, to negotiate terms for the disposal of the site, agree the final terms for the disposal of the site, and to complete all necessary legal documentation and agreements to implement the disposal. Cabinet's also asked to note in recommendation 1C that the council must dispose of land for best consideration reasonably obtained in line with Local Government Act 1972, section 123, paragraph 2, subject to the benefits of promotion or improvement of economic, environmental or social well-being. Paragraphs 16 to 20 in the report set out the reasonable assumption for a timeline for disposal, but notes the risks in paragraph 42 to 45 that these are dependent on market responses and planning, and a number of factors could influence when the disposal actually completes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wharton.
Thank you, Chair. As you've just heard from Penny, the feasibility which we promised we would undertake and listen to has now been completed and clearly identifies that County Hall site is not suitable for increasing our educational capacity. We've also seen that we're able to meet a statutory requirements for educational sufficiency without the need to use this site to build on. I attended the Corporate and Communities Scrutiny Committee on Monday morning into Monday afternoon, actually. It was quite a lengthy meeting. And also the debate this morning, and there's some really, really valid points raised, and it has caused me to stop and think about the decisions we're making. However, I've concluded that whilst we have a statutory responsibility to provide sufficient educational capacity, which we can currently do, we also have a statutory responsibility to agree a balanced budget, which is something we currently can't do. And this is a point that opposition members appear to be completely ignoring. I'm afraid the financial reality of where we are as a council mean that I'm recommended that we proceed with the sale of the site forthwith. Even as an empty building, it is costing in the region of £1.5 million per annum, or £125,000 per month. So any delay to the sale is simply leading to council taxpayers of Worcestershire pouring money down the drain when there was no need to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Wharton. Have we got any members of the Cabinet that wish to speak? And can I remind them also only to refer to the appendices at the not to refer to the appendices that are exempt, please, in the public meeting. We have Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wharton and the officers. I would like to acknowledge that these recommendations and work are an extension, well done, to one of the issues identified and long due decisions in the previous administration. By supporting this decision, we not only respect the considerable time and effort invested by our teams, resources of Worcestershire County Council, and also to ensure that this work delivers real value for our community and taxpayers. So this is an opportunity for all of us to move forward together.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Bowen.
It's just a small point, thank you, Chair. In terms of the discussion this morning and the education sufficiency that it would provide, that 120 places, that can't be expanded on this site. So you'd get 120 places, and that's your lot. And as I talked about earlier, the costs would be considerably more by the time you got to the REBA Stage 4 estimate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Have we got any other Cabinet members? Okay, well, in that case, I'll ask if there's any other councillors that wish to speak, but we'll restrict it just to leaders of groups only. I can see Councillor Kent has their hand up.
Yes, thank you. Just a quickie for Councillor Wharton, and he's just given me a figure I didn't have, which I'm grateful for. The cost of maintaining the site at 1.5 million per annum. The demolition that we've seen is reported as £3 million. Could I suggest that we commence demolition immediately? Because the money that's going to be saved in that sense would be extremely beneficial to the council as a whole. And obviously, whether we demolish it before we sell it or the person buying it demolishes it, it's going to make that site even more valuable to somebody doing it if we've got on that. And I understand the timeline for doing that from now would be something like 35 to 40 weeks. So it's critically important that we make that decision and say go, and if you bring that, we're happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Wharton.
That seems a perfectly reasonable suggestion, and happy to go along with that, Councillor Kent. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Matt Jenkins is integrated.
He hasn't. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. I was actually going to say exactly the same thing as my colleague next to me, so he's rather stolen that. I think add to that, by knocking the site down, obviously the site just becomes more valuable, so it makes perfect sense. A 2-year payback, you know, costs you £3 million. If you're costing 1.5 per year, you got your money back in 2 years, and you know, it could take a lot longer to get anything off the ground, so that makes perfect sense. So hopefully that sounds like a consensus if the Cabinet member is keen. That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Wharton, you want to respond?
Just to say wow and thank you.
Okay, that was pretty quick. Thank you very much. So can we move on to excuse me? Can we move on to the Cabinet and ask them if they're ready to make a decision? Is that all agreed? Okay. So that's agreed. Thank you very much. Just to clarify, that's in recommendations, paragraph 1A to C. So we'll move on to agenda item number 7, Six Ways, the former Park and Ride site future options appraisal. So we move, and I also want to remind Cabinet not to refer to the exempt appendices in the public meeting. Councillor Wharton, are you moving this one?
I move the recommendations 1 and 2A to D of the report.
Great, thank you for that. And do I have a seconder for the recommendations?
I second the recommendation, Chair.
Councillor Wharton, are you going to speak?
Before I speak, I'd like to invite Penny Unwin to speak.
Thank you. In the report to Cabinet titled Six Ways Former Park and Ride Site Future Options Appraisal, paragraphs 3 to 5 set out the circumstances around Worcestershire County Council entering into a 50-year lease, which commenced on the 16th of August 2007, for an area next to Six Ways Rugby Club rugby ground in Worcester that forms the main car park for the rugby ground. This area has previously been used as a park and ride facility for Worcester City Centre, but that ceased to operate in 2014 and is now used by the adjacent Warndon Depot site. The new owners of the club and stadium complex have recently submitted an outline planning application with Wychavon District Council, including development on the area of the council's leasehold interest. Paragraphs 10 to 18 of the report set out the economic impact of pro sport on the wider economy and the community impact of Worcester Warriors. The reason for a decision now is due to the current use and liabilities under the current leasehold interest of the site. Paragraphs 21 to 23 and the exempt appendices B set out the options, with the preferred option, option 2, being to surrender the existing lease and enter into a new lease of the parking required to support the Warndon Depot site, the terms for which are set out in the exempt Appendix C. The alternative options that have been considered were to continue under the current lease arrangement and the resultant liabilities, to seek to license its use to a third party, or to dispose of the leasehold interest. The preferred option takes into account the best consideration duties set out in paragraphs 24 to 27. Recommendations 2A, B and 2D provide the authority to seek agreement, seek to agree a surrender of the existing leasehold interest, negotiate and agree the final terms of the preferred option, and complete all the necessary legal documentation to implement the preferred option. Paragraph 29 explains that the grant to the County Council for works associated with the highways infrastructure and the park and ride was from Advantage West Midlands, but would now be under the authority of Homes England. Recommendation 2C is to notify Homes England of the Council's intentions on the future of the site, but notes the risks referred to within paragraph 31 and the exempt Appendix E in relation to the possibility of clawback. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Penny. Councillor Wharton.
Yes, thank you, Penny. I'm a firm believer and advocate for the positive impact a successful sports team can bring to an area, can lift the town and send everyone to work on a Monday morning with a spring in their step, depending on the result at the weekend, obviously. And I noted that Councillor Birch has already gone public along those lines. So I'm delighted to be able to support Worcester Warriors in their ambitious plans towards building an institution that will hopefully enable it to compete successfully at the highest level.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen, have you anything to add on that one? Yes?
Just to say, it's wonderful that Worcester Warriors are back in the professional game. As Councillor Wharton's just said, having a professional team in the community. My son and daughter both play for Droitwich Rugby Club, and I'm very pleased that my son's under-14s team comprehensively beat Worcester's under-14 team recently. These proposals are another step. It's our contribution, if you like, to building on this, the wonderful return of Worcester Warriors to the game, and I fully support it.
Thank you. Have we got any other Cabinet members that wish to speak on this? No, I see no raise of hands. Can I ask if there's any councillors that are here present that wish to speak? I think we have Councillor Birch, you put your hand up first.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm speaking positively. I'm incredibly grateful to the Cabinet for this decision. I think it's the right one. I think ultimately we do need to support Worcester Warriors, and the release of this lease was key to them unlocking the site. I'm sure to members who represent Warndon, they'll be glad to see this come forward. It will ultimately result in more parking, additional facilities. It will make it a huge tourist attraction for the area. It'll increase employment opportunities and hopefully provide a lot of revenue and growth to the area. The only thing I will add is whether Councillor Amos, as the only Cabinet member who represents Worcester, can take back to Worcester City and really put pressure on officers as to why they chose to object to the planning application for the site. I'm pleased to confirm that was signed off by Wychavon and they will get approval, but it was disappointing to see that Worcester City weren't willing to back that. So whether he, can, as a Worcester City councillor, can take that away and put a bit of pressure on the officers back there. Thank you.
Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'll be happy to, but I can tell Councillor Birch that the recommendations of City Council officers at the Planning Department often baffle me as well. But I'll have a go.
Thank you, Councillor Amos. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. And what a refreshing, we're all in agreement, I think. This is fantastic. As the local member in Bowbrook, where Six Ways is, I went to my first ever rugby game last week with Councillor Birch, actually. I had no idea what was going on, but it was a wonderful community event, and I really do encourage you. This is phenomenal. This is putting Worcester back on the map, but it's also putting Worcestershire back in the driving seat. I'd also echo, perhaps, Councillor Amos, to feedback to Worcester City. This short-sighted decision is bonkers, but I suppose that's what you get with a different Rainbow Coalition running a city council.
I think on that rare moment of agreement, I would agree with the councillor on that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Amos. So I don't see any other hands raised. So I think we've had a very brief discussion on that, but I think we've come to a good conclusion. So is the Cabinet in agreement with the recommendations set out in paragraphs 1 and 2A to D? We all agreed? Yeah, everybody's agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to agenda item number 8, which is the West Midlands Regional Safe Centre. And I'll invite Hazel Best to speak, please.
Thank you. So bit of the technical law now. So under section 100A, paragraph 4 of the Local Government Act 1972, we will now be going into an exempt session. The public will need to be excluded. The reason for that, which has been published on the website and on the agenda, is defined in Schedule 12A of the Act, and it's considered that the public interest in maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. So members of the press and any other councillor who's not a member of Cabinet will now need to leave. Thank you.